Hello everybody, welcome to the Finger Lakes Regional Airport. We are looking at a snowy owl. The snowy owl is not very close to us, and we are in the car right now, in my vehicle, but here's the bad news. The bad news is that we are no longer allowed on the other side of the terminal building. Apparently they've had a change in policy, and now, with the exception of pilots and passengers, we are not, nobody is allowed on the other side of the terminal building. So if you go inside the terminal building, it says on the door, that no one else besides the pilots and passengers is allowed beyond that point. But as it happens, today we can see this owl from here. We could have gone inside and set up, but it's just as easy to do it from here in the car, and we're not looking through glass, although we are looking through between the bars on a fence. Let me just make sure everything is up and running. This owl does appear to be different from the one that we saw, or I recorded here last week. That one seemed to have a darker overall appearance, maybe a little bit, more black on the body than this one does. So it does appear to be a different individual. Both of them quite beautiful. My understanding is this one was closer, and a helicopter came by and kind of startled it, and it flew over to this location, and it has been there since. We're going to move on. Weather may be a factor today, so I don't want to spend too much time in any one location unless... So again, the bad news is that they're not allowing anybody beyond the terminal building any longer. And as a result, we can't walk through and have the views we've had in the past. Now, if there are, it's not necessarily a terrible disaster, but if there were some that would not be visible from, that location where we just were, then we'd be out of luck. I think we'll see. I looked before from over here, and I didn't see anybody. And maybe I just missed it, or maybe it is not visible. I see a vehicle there now, but that doesn't mean that they're able to see anything. So let's go in here and see what happens, or see if it's any better. The angle might be better if we're able to see it from here, but that's all we can say. You know what? 1 second. I think I'm looking at the wrong spot. Oh, I see it. This might be better. I don't know. And this vehicle here may be in a better spot, and I don't know if I can see it from here. 1 second. Oh yeah, okay. This should be better here, I think. Hold on. Same owl. At least I believe it's the same owl. Give me a moment. Still not quite facing us. Hold on a second. Try to get things stable so I can completely let go. Again, this appears to be a different owl from the one we saw last week. There was another bird watcher here, and still probably here. We passed them actually on our way out of the parking lot area. He said that at one point there were 3 here this year. So there are a few around. And we're looking at one right now, different from the one that we saw last week. And I'm just kind of looking around with binoculars. So again, this is a snowy owl. And we didn't see any last winter at all. And it's a pleasure to see one this week and a pleasure to have seen one last week. Take a couple more looks and then I think we can move on. On my way here, passing by Cayuga Lake, there was a large flock of ducks at the southern end. There may have been also, I'm not sure, I was driving, there may have been a few, not any kind of a large number, but I thought I might have seen a few snow geese down there as well, but I couldn't tell. I did not see a large raft of snow geese anywhere on Cayuga Lake, so who knows what's going on. I didn't see any last week either. Okay, we're going to move on. Good to see this beautiful owl. Now, like I said, weather might be a factor today. We're expecting some snow during the day, and I don't know if it'll accumulate, but as I've mentioned before, sometimes the issue with the snow is not that there's a lot on the ground, it's just that there might be a fair amount in the air, and preventing us from having good views of whatever. So now, given that I heard that at one point there were 3 owls here, we're going to take a look at the other side of the airport that we have to drive to reach. Who knows? Maybe there's somebody there and no one knows. I did go inside the terminal building this week. It was unlocked, unlike last week. And the gentleman inside was pointing out that, and it was interesting, he was pointing out, look straight out, and look straight out. I couldn't see it. And as it happened, there was a roof, a white roof, in the background behind the snowy owl, and just couldn't see it with that white background. And then, just have to take a few steps to the side, and one way or the other, and all of a sudden you could see the owl. Let's keep going. Anyway, so there's a good chance of precipitation, of snow, and then maybe even rain that we'll have to contend with today. And then tomorrow it's supposed to get significantly colder. I mean, right now I should have told you it's 37 degrees according to my car's thermometer. It's supposed to be like maybe high of 24 tomorrow, and it's supposed to get even colder. I think we've got some nights coming with below zero temperatures and single digit temperature. Oh, I just saw a robin. Just saw an American robin, no question about it. Surprising, it doesn't belong up here. But anyway, we're supposed to be seeing, I think, maybe some single digit temperatures or low double digit temperatures for high temperatures next week. So we're going to have some cold days very soon. I think there's less of a chance of precipitation tomorrow, although there is a significant chance as of the last forecast I saw. Now, I did mention to the person inside the terminal my idea. If I can attach wings to this vehicle, maybe I could be considered a pilot and I'd be allowed to, go out there on those areas. I'm not sure that idea will fly. Sorry. I doubt we're going to see a second owl, but I just thought we'd come over here and check anyway. Oh, wait a minute. You know something? I'm glad we're here. We haven't seen an owl from here in quite a while. Just looking. A few years ago, we saw as many as 5 at one time here at the airport, but unfortunately, it seems at least some of those owls have likely perished. You see some Canada geese in the air. All right, I don't see anybody. Let's keep going. Do this, but I think we're going to take a left here. Maybe. Yeah, I guess we will. Let's take a left here just for a bit. There have been sightings along here of a northern shrike, and I've never seen one myself. At least the reports have been that it's, from this road. This car coming on, this Toyota, they may be the... Yep. They were the people at the airport. Love to see a northern shrike. Like I said, I've never seen one. And I do see something that looks like not a northern shrike, but something else maybe. It's a northern kestrel, American kestrel. Quick look with this camera. Oh, come on. Camera strip. Come on, wires. So that's an American kestrel. Let's keep going. Love American kestrels, but I don't want to disturb it in any way. I'm really only looking at the power lines or utility lines. I'm not looking like all around or anything like that. Certainly not looking on the ground. Hold on a second. Let me see something over there. Nope, nothing there. Well, okay, we're gonna get on our way here. You could say we've gone around the block now, and we're about to pass the entrance to the airport again, the main entrance. There wasn't much activity, certainly nothing out of the ordinary that I saw on Cayuga Lake as I was driving by it. I think I saw mallards here and there. May have seen one other species of duck, maybe. Not sure what it was. Might not have been a duck, but anyway, that's all I saw on the lake, in the areas closer to the, let's say, past the midway point heading here. As I mentioned earlier, there was a large flock of ducks at the southern end of the lake, just outside of Ithaca. Not all together, really. I mean, there were actually, maybe a few large areas. I don't know if they were, kind of sort of connected or not, but anyway, that's what I saw on my way here. I think I see dark-eyed juncos, yes, leaving from the side of the road. Sorry, juncos. Right above us in that tree we just passed, there was a red-tailed hawk. Looked like it was coming in for a landing, and it has landed. Just as we were driving underneath it, I saw the hawk in the air coming in. I'd say the last couple days have been a little bit more mild, and as I said, though, we're expecting things to get colder in just the next couple days, and for a few days, for a good part of the week. So that's not going to be fun. But today we may actually see some rain. You might think, oh, good, that's a great thing, rain instead of snow. Well, if it's some combination that's slippery, that's a different matter. Or if the roads are wet and all of a sudden they're freezing over. Did someone just fly over the road? Well, someone did. I don't know who it was. May have been a crow. I saw a blue jay, but I'm not sure. I don't know if the northern end of the lake is frozen over. I'll bet it is. Oh yeah, I see a lot of white up ahead on the lake. Looks like it might not be a good solid layer by any means, but still may be solid enough to keep the waterfowl from being there. I think I see, I thought I just saw some ice fishing tents on the lake. So maybe it's thick enough. I don't know. Unless my eyes are playing tricks on me, which is possible. Certainly up here, again, we're at the northern end. When I can catch a glimpse of the lake, it looks like it's got snow or ice covering everything up. If you're new to the tour by any chance, when the conditions allow for it, it seems like there's usually a fair amount of ice fishing activity at the northern end of the lake. There's some Canada geese to our right, unless they're decoy. And the same thing on the left. More geese this time. And a couple ducks in the air, like mallards. It's kind of surprising, actually. I say it's surprising because I don't know if there are any pools or puddles there of water that would draw them. The mallards, that is. I'm not an expert on any of this, so I could not give you a full listing of the differences between a duck and a goose, but it's my own observation that the ducks primarily are they live their lives around water, as opposed to the geese who sure they use the water and they might roost in the water, but most of their grazing is done on dry land. Is that an official difference? I have no idea. I doubt it, but who knows? Come on, light, let's go. Thank you. See, it listens to me. Hold on a second. Is that a crow? Probably. Yes, to our left, a crow. Drive through this stretch really mostly looking for raptors. The most likely sighting we'd have here, I would say, is, red-tailed hawk. That's most likely, but we've, over the years, once this other vehicle passes, over the years we've seen other raptors, including, I think we've seen eagles here, but also, possibly rough-legged hawks, northern harriers, American kestrels. Not saying anything right now. Nope, nobody. Nobody home. Let's keep going. I guess I can't say I've had anything definite that was out of the ordinary over the week in terms of bird watching. Over here, but the other night we had some snow. Had some snow to take care of. I was outside shoveling it. It was very, very light. There must have been, anywhere between probably 2 to 3 inches out there. And so I was just shoveling it. It was quiet. And just on the very edge of my range of hearing, I wasn't sure. I thought I might have been hearing great horned owls, but I couldn't be certain. But it sounded like I was hearing them, and could have been a number of things. Could have been just some other similar noise. It could have been a dog in the distance barking, and I was just hearing a certain portion of it to make me think it sounded like a great horned owl. But put my certainty at maybe 60%. If it was, then it's the first time I've seen or heard a great horned owl in my area in a while. Years. I'm not saying they haven't been around, but I haven't, seen or heard one. And quite honestly, I'd love to see them, but considering they go after other nests, I was like, boy, maybe I don't want to see them, especially given where the nest of my red-tailed hawks, Betty and Barney, has been located these last few years. Seems like it's kind of exposed. Okay, do we have anything here? I don't see anything going on. Let me give you a look at what I'm seeing, which is not much. There is some open water over there in the distance, and then on the other side, essentially no open water. I don't see any birds. Let's continue on. Now, I obviously we had missed a couple of weeks. I don't know what kind of activity, if any, there had been, here Oh, I see an eagle. And we might get a good look at it. I'll give you a quick look with this first. And before anyone moves or anything... Oh, and then another one. Uh-oh. I'm hearing someone calling. Let's... I think I may have just heard a robin. Maybe. I am hearing a robin. I'm hearing an American robin. We're looking at a bald eagle right now. And there's another bald eagle up here. Coming. And is there something on the ground back there? Hold on one second. I think I see some starlings. And I do see, I see some ducks on the water. They're going to swim into view. Right now I can't really get them. At least I don't believe so because we've got the rail in the way. They look like mergansers, common mergansers. Hold on a second. Yeah, there's nothing behind and on the ground for the eagle. Oh, wait a minute. They're hooded mergansers. And am I hearing a cardinal? Oh, one of the eagles just took off. The one that was that was closer. There it is. And the one, we still have the one over here. Robin again. So someone's probably behind me. Oh yeah. Oh no. Well, no, wait. I'm sorry. That's another maybe the same eagle. I can't be sure. Oh, you're kidding me. Hold on. There's a nest near here. Hold on, I think there's an eagle in that nest. I think it just flew up there. I don't know if they would work this early. Hold on. Let's see if we can get a look. I see that we've driven by the nest. I don't see the eagle up there, but I saw it land up there. Oh, hold on. Yeah, it's up there. Switching cameras. I'm guessing this is just an early visit. Sorry, I can't give you a great angle, but... Okay, we're going to move on. I'll see if we can get a better look, but I don't see any locations from which we might. I just wonder, is that, you know, we see with our red-tailed hawks, we see them making early visits sometimes to their nests. Sometimes they don't do anything. Sometimes they do. You know, they begin the process. And I don't know. You know what? We're not going to have a. No, we're not going to have a good spot. I was hoping to maybe park here and look back, but that's just not going to happen. I wonder, maybe it might be possible. Might have to look through the windshield, but now I'll say this. That looks like a nest there. I'm assuming it's an eagle nest. You know, we never do look there during the nesting season, and I wonder if that's because it does fill in with leaves and it does become very difficult to see. And I've been seeing it. I've noticed it recently. You know, it's easy to see, at least this time of year. And I don't know if it's still in there or not. No sign of it. But I mean, it's obviously there. And you know, is it something we should look at come nesting season? Possibly. It depends, obviously, if there's any activity there. But you know, because of where it's located, the angles are sharp. You can't see into it. At least I don't believe so. Oh, I see the eagle. It's on the other side of the road, and the other eagle. Oh, you know what? I take it back. I don't know. All right, we're going to turn around again because that other eagle that we were looking at, the second one that was at the lower perch, is no longer there. And I wonder if that's the one I just saw on the other side of the road, and if maybe, possibly, the one that had gone to the nest may still be in the nest. I don't know. Do I look like I know what I'm talking about? I hope you don't think so, because I don't. So, oh, I see, I now see an eagle from here. Hold on. Yeah, so, quickly, here's one on the other side of the road from the nest, up here, and then there's one over here which had not been there before. So that's probably, one is, I don't know which is which, but I don't believe either. I don't believe anybody's in the nest at the moment. So, just something of interest. Glad I was here to see it. Glad I was here to share it. If they do use that nest, and who knows, maybe it hasn't been used for a long time, but if they do use it, we'll try to have a look, when the time is right. But right now, nobody's in it, and it's early yet. It's January 18th. I don't know when they start. I'll say this. Before the tour ever started, and I may be wrong about this, but it's my memory. It seemed like at least one bald eagle nest had their young leave. This is before the tour ever started, years ago. And somehow my thinking was that they might leave, the young may leave and fledge as early as April. But that seems awfully early. But I really don't know. That may not be that early. That's my recollection. I thought I had seen, I can't remember if I had seen their young that year outside of the nest in April. Clearly away from the nest. They must have fledged. Saw morning dove. See, that's the beauty of being able to do this and be mobile. Instead of being stuck just at a nest. And we get to see these things that happen, well before the nesting season actually begins. Or, before they're actually in the nest and staying in the nest and incubating eggs. Get to do this year round, and we get to see what happens. Last week, we came here last week, and I was surprised at the amount of activity we saw. I remember we saw a couple red-tailed hawks and a number of trumpeter swans last week. Things might be a little bit more difficult to see this week because there is some snow on the ground, and if there are any swans, they might just blend right in a bit. Right now I don't see anybody at all. Nobody on this side of the corn, and nobody on this side of the corn. And, okay. Oh, I do see some swans now. Okay, they're here. Hello. I don't know if we'll be able to see them well, but they're here. Yep, they're trumpeters. Okay, we'll choose. Let's turn around. We did see a couple eagles last week as well. Oh, and more on this side. So okay, they're on a different row of corn stalks, but that's fine by me. No eagles this week. Last week we saw 2 bald eagles here, and they both seem to be just shy of full adulthood, given their coloration. A little bit of darkness on their head feathers, but I haven't seen anybody yet this week. One swan in the air right now. Looks like it's coming in for a landing. And let's see if we can have a look from here. We're going to have some vegetation to deal with, unfortunately, but that's okay. We'll do our best. So again, these are trumpeter swans. Although that one looks, what's going on there? Very small. Could that be something else? Look how small it is compared to... Could that be a tundra? A young tundra? Look how small it is compared to the trumpeters behind it. I think that's what it is. I think it's a tundra swan. I'm guessing. Look at, now it's a young one. It's not fully white yet. And look at this other bird that is at center screen. Also gray, so not a full adult, but significantly larger in appearance. And I don't know if there are other tundra swans here, but that's my suspicion that it was a tundra swan. We'll move on to the other side in a moment. Anyway, you can see what's going on here. There's a row of corn stalks, and that's what's, there's food there, and that's what has been drawing the attention of the trumpeter swans. And weeks ago, we did see tundra swans as well, and we may have seen a tundra swan a short while ago. All right, let's move on to the other side and see now. We may have to contend with vegetation in the way. Let's move right along here. This is still the same. We might get a better view here. Yeah, this isn't too bad. Let's look from here. This is still the same side. The battery's almost dead in this camera. Anyway, that, again, on the right is the one I suspect, or at least a bird that I suspect may be a tundra swan, as opposed to the larger trumpeter swan. That's a trumpeter on the left, and the one on the right is clearly smaller. And I would imagine that even the young, even the young birds that are still gray, they're essentially full-sized. They're just, not with the adult coloration yet. Okay, let's move on and just move a little bit forward. They have a look that I like. Hold on. Let's go to the other side of the corn. Wait one second. I just love their vocalizations. It's true of I love the tundras also for their vocalizations. Now I don't know. I'm gonna struggle here in terms of finding a clear line of sight. Yeah, we're not gonna get a great one, I don't believe. Okay, we'll move on. Haven't seen anybody else. Those are the only birds I've seen since we arrived. So, trumpeter swans, a likely tundra swan. That's my belief anyway. and but I haven't seen anything else at all. No raptors, nobody to this point. Not necessarily surprising, but quite honestly, last week, as I mentioned, I had been relatively surprised to see the swans there at all. Just I had assumed that they would have consumed whatever food was already, was there already and would have moved on. But we saw them eating just now, so, there's obviously something to eat there now, and that's fine by me. Sure, should I bother to take a left here? I don't think so. But I am going to do something different. I'm not going to do it. I was going to take a left here, but I don't think it's worth it. Not yet. Morning dove in the air, morning dove on the wires, another morning dove on the wires. Crow up in the air above the road. Another crow coming. And right now I don't see anything out in the fields, not from here. We'll drive a little ways and look around. I wouldn't necessarily say I expect to see anything in the fields right now. There's not a lot of snow. I mean, I you know, obviously I'm not a bird, but I could see the fields being at least somewhat appealing. You know, because the snow isn't very deep, and maybe they could find food. But I don't see, for instance, I don't see any unharvested corn stalks like we did, you know, just moments ago. Up in the air, ducks in the air. I'm not sure what kind. Look like they're of decent size. If I had to guess, they're mallards, but I don't know. Where they're coming from, I don't know. As I've mentioned in prior weeks, you know, once it becomes late winter, early spring, if the conditions are right in the fields, you know, and there are maybe, you know, maybe there's a puddle and not too much other snow, and those fields could be a big draw for birds. Quick look before a car comes. Oh, I see an eagle and pigeons, and down below, common mergansers. The eagle, hold on. Kind of flying out of my range, and the mergansers are down there. Common mergansers. Those look like males there. It's tempting to try to go to the bridge, you know, stand out and go to the bridge and maybe have a better look at them, but I wouldn't count on them staying there. Yeah, everybody's kind of sort of swimming away, so we'll let them go. I do see some female mergansers down there as well. I can't remember if I was looking at the forecast for the Montezuma area or if it was Ithaca or whatever it was, but like, you know, pretty soon in the next few days, like the overnight low is going to be as low as -4 or something like that. So I mean, it's As I mentioned earlier, we're expecting colder weather. Today it's relatively mild at 37 degrees, and what I believe is precipitation that seems to be hitting the vehicle now is, I think, rain. Light rain. As I mentioned earlier, it's expected to be, much colder starting tomorrow. So at least while driving, nothing has been catching my eye in the fields. I will admit it's not easy to see just because of the mix of snow and vegetation that's poking through it. But I don't see anything that's obviously, a grouping of geese, for instance, or that would be the most likely sighting, in my opinion. I have not seen any reports lately of sandhill cranes, and I guess I'm glad not to hear that. As I mentioned last week, there were 3 that were being reported, probably a family, and I'm glad they moved on. Offense, but It's a red-tailed hawk. So we're on East Road now, 37 degrees. Not that I expected the temperature to be much different. I do expect the marsh itself to be frozen over, covered with snow or ice, both. No open water down there that I can see. quick with binoculars and I'll give you a quick look. Nothing. And I really didn't expect anything down there. Just a few moments ago, though, while we were driving in, I started thinking about, this is where I came here to try to see the eclipse back in April, and I know I've mentioned that before, but hold on a second, I gotta deal with something. You can't have dogs that cute looking out the window. That you're gonna cause an accident.
I know, thank you.
Hey, no problem. Take care. Should have shown you. He's got two dogs, their heads are out the window, they're both like smiling. Sorry, I should have showed you. But anyway, came here for the eclipse, and I was one of the first people here that day. There were a few people here already, and it soon filled in with cars. Filled right in, and and I was glad I came here. This was, I don't know where I was really originally thinking about trying to view the eclipse, but this was always right along one of the potential spots in my mind. And when I first drove into the area, and I could see, and I can't remember what time I arrived. It was still in the morning. The eclipse, I think, didn't occur until somewhere between 2 and 4. I think it may have even been after 3, or I don't remember. But anyway, arrived up here, and I wanted to make sure I came here in plenty of time. And the reason why is I was in the visitor center the prior weekend, and I heard one of the people there talking to one of the visitors there about various things, and in terms of like how much traffic there would be, all of a sudden I was pretty worried. Okay, there's a carrier. This is through the windshield, so we're not getting our very best view. It seems to be flying away from us. Okay. Hope we didn't frighten it. And a whole bunch of birds just flew through. I don't know what they are. They kind of looked a little small to be starlings, but I don't know. And anyway, so that I'm glad I overheard that conversation, because I don't know, I just had assumed that I'd be able to come up here, no problem, and find a spot, and there might be a few other people around, but there wouldn't be a big deal. Well, everything was jammed up, and when I first arrived up here, there was no way I could have even gone to the visitor center at all. I think they had closed off the area anyway, from the road, and from what I could see inside, it was already filled with cars anyway. And so immediately I thought, okay, plan B. And I moved right to some starlings now. I moved right over to East Road and got situated. Hold on a second. These are European starlings. And everybody left. A few went this way, and the others all went that way. And now, oh, why? Did they, for a reason? I don't know. Actually, I'm sure there was a reason, I just don't know what it was. They're still making their way over there. Oh, wait a minute, who's that? Was that somebody else? That's a crow up there. And I hear a crow. And I see a few more crows. And who? Yeah, up here. Anyway, and I mentioned last week, I believe it was last week, how busy the roads were when, I left. You have to think about an event like that. People are going to arrive at various times. I've got to get there early, or I can wait until the last minute, or whatever. But once the event's over, pretty much everyone just leaves at the same time. And boy, were those roads jammed. And as I mentioned last week, though, it meant a much longer ride back, but it didn't bother me. I didn't get to see the eclipse, really, because of the clouds, but I really did enjoy the whole event overall. And, sure, I would have liked to have had a good look at the eclipse, but kind of, in a way, I made a day of it. And while waiting for the eclipse, hoping that the skies would clear, I was on East Road and, just talking with people. Some were at least somewhat interested in birds, others maybe not so much, but one of the eagles is to our left. We'll see if maybe we can get a great look at it. If we can't, then we'll move on. But there's always a chance, so we'll go in here and see if we'll get a good line of sight. See it. Can we get a good look at it? Is a different story. So we're about to pass it now. I want to turn around. angle might be a little bit sharp. So I don't know how well this is going to work. Okay, give me a minute. Hold on, this one here. If you're just tuning in, we're looking at a bald eagle, and we're lucky to have some opportunities for close-ups, and we're doing the best we can right now. There's some motion, and much of it is really the tree upon which the eagle is perched. I think my setup is actually fairly stable at the moment. we'll move on shortly. I don't know if I could find a better line of sight than this one. Probably not. A few more looks and then we'll move on, I think. Okay, beautiful bird. Beautiful bird. Just a little something here. I'm going to drive forward, excuse me, a little bit, just to see if I can maybe improve the angle, or, oh, well, this might have been better, actually. We'll take another look from here. One second. Come on. At least I think we will. This will be shaped. Hi, Eagle. Thank you. The Maze Point pool is, of course, I don't know if it's frozen solid, but it's frozen over. And there's no activity that I can see from here. And I'm guessing the same is true for Shockey Pool, which is to our right. We're going to start, we're going to begin heading out of the area, I think, unless something catches our eye. As I've mentioned before, you see these various bodies of water that are frozen over and covered and not themselves drawing any birds because they are, there's no open water that's accessible to them. And it just, reminds me, sure, we're not able to go on Wildlife Drive, but, as I had said even before it closed, and it's not sour grapes, I just don't know if it would be worth really visiting anyway. Even if they were maintaining the road and we could get through without any issues, there might not be much to see because the pool is, frozen over, and it's not necessarily the greatest of grazing areas. So, would there be much activity there bird-wise? Probably not. I look forward to it reopening in the spring, of course, and, to seeing the various birds there, but that's a long ways away in terms of the weather. I've told this story before, but the first time I ever came to the Montezuma area, I knew nothing about the area. Nothing. And shame on me, I should have done maybe more research or something, somehow. But anyway, I didn't know the area at all, and, I came up, I hadn't realized that, things might be closed, and I found my way to the visitor center, sure. But, pulled in. This was in March, So Wildlife Drive was closed, and it's like, okay, this is it. And there were a few Canada geese. I mean, like 2 here, 2 there. And I remember leaving thinking, geez, I could have stayed in Ithaca for that. And I did return weeks later, and I was able to see some very interesting ducks, and I kept coming back. Glad I did. Ended up seeing over the years, like, a number of duck species I had never seen or maybe even heard of before, and the rest is history, as they say. Starling's Tour, right? And but that first time visiting, everything seemed to be closed up, and I didn't know at the time that, okay, that's closed, but maybe drive around. I didn't know where else to go, and I've only kind of sort of stumbled my way to this area and that area over the years, and some of it, like a lot of Canada Geese Tour, right? Some of it is just a matter of realizing, for instance, these last 2 years, there's some good bird watching on some of these, take these side roads and get closer to the lake. There can be some good bird watching to be done, and I've come to appreciate those things, and some of the other areas that we've been visiting. I didn't realize years ago that East Road could and should be, a good bird watching spot. I kind of found it by accident. I can't remember how I found my way exactly or what I was looking for, but I wasn't looking for anything called East Road, and found it, and just found it to be a good place to go bird watching. I could take this left here, but I'm not going to. I think, I know the lake is frozen, and I think you've seen it frozen, so I don't need to show you again. So we'll just skip ahead a bit. Area we just passed to our right there, the college here, the Northeast College of Health Sciences. Used to be named something different just a few years ago. They are allowing it to, I think they did plant some trees, and they're just allowing it to go wild, and they have signs on it that say forest in progress. At least I believe it belongs to the college. I don't believe we've passed the area that's frozen, but we'll drive down here anyway. Saw a couple gulls up above. Does look like there are a couple, two or three, a few ice fishing tents on the other side of the lake. I've never been on the ice on this end of the lake. I have on the southern side, southern end. A number of years ago. Still ice. They really shouldn't have bothered to turn in this early. As I look further south, all I see is ice. It will clear, of course, but can't see anything from here. I see some gulls out there on the water. I should say on the ice. Just a very quick look. Yeah, it looks like a variety of them, including some, maybe a greater black-backed, or one of the black-backed. I think I see what looks like it might be open water up ahead, but it's not close to us. I didn't see all that much activity on the lake, so I don't. Well, you know what? I need to do something. 1 second. No, we don't want to hear that. do see open water. Don't know if I see birds on it or not. There's at least one robin vocalizing nearby also. Two robins right there. Is that a third up there? Possibly. European starlings are pretty amazing, especially when you see them in large numbers. I could stay and watch them for a while, but I want to go elsewhere. And I head to the lake as we're doing that. We're doing right now, just to see what is what down there. We did come this way last week. I don't know if I'm going to, well, I will, I think. Just have a quick look. I don't know if we'll spend much time down here. More starlings here and there. to our right. Not a huge number, but a good number. And there's some Canada geese down there in the water. A couple mallards as well. Don't know what kind of ducks those were, but they somehow didn't look like mallards. More ducks flying. We'll turn around, I think, right away as soon as we have a good spot to do it. Ducks coming this way, so don't know what's going on, if anything. Water's a little choppy, so it makes it a little bit more difficult for me to see birds. I didn't realize it looks like there's an osprey nest here too. This utility pole that you're looking at now, and no longer looking at, looks like there's a nest at the top of it, and I'm guessing it's an osprey nest. Geese took off just now. Looks like everybody's taking off. Oops. Sorry, didn't want to do that. Canada geese and maybe a snow goose. One. Can I see it from here? No, can't. Too far. Just to our left, in a field, there are some Canada geese, and there may have been one snow goose with them. I'm not sure. So I did drive by these areas. That's a few mallards down there. I did drive by these areas earlier today. We don't want to hear this. We. Let's see, there's some ducks out there. Look like mallards, I think. Yes, they are. Maybe a gadwall too, also. Okay, let's keep going. Not good viewing, and this is, the water is somewhat choppy, a few whitecaps out there. And as I said, it makes it more difficult, especially when I'm driving, for me to notice birds that are on the water because the water is not smooth. Ideally, whenever you're looking out on water, if it's smooth, you can see if a bird is on that surface, and if it's, if it is choppy water or not smooth, maybe the wind is blowing on it and just roughing it up just a bit, it makes for difficult viewing. Some mallards that were coping with the waves. But not much. Might have just seen an American blacktop, maybe. Just saw some mergansers. I don't know what kind. They look like mergansers to me. Yeah, there they are. Only have a chance for a quick look. Okay, let's, those were red-breasted mergansers, so we've seen three merganser species today. We've seen first we saw the hooded merganser, then the common merganser, and now the red-breasted merganser. see if we can maybe get a better look at them from this side. These may be some different ones, but let's give this a try right here. 1 second. Uh-oh. Oops. Just realized this camera was on the whole time. Looking at a female right now, and that's a male there behind her. Like I said, the rough waters make things a little difficult. Again, red-breasted mergansers. Oh, there might be someone that's a little closer, a male. Hold on. If I can get him. Where'd he go? Couple of them. They dove though. I don't see them now. They are a diving duck. We're going to move on. I'm glad we had that look at them, and maybe not the very best look, but we had it was a good look overall. It'd be very difficult to get good close-ups because of the rough water. They're a diving duck. But, you might occasionally see one that's, just resting and maybe preening on the surface. But with water like that, constantly moving them, it's hard to really zoom in and get the kind of look you might want. sign of any snow geese. I really like that. That's Expression by Joyce Cooling, if you were wondering. maybe I've told you before, but there's a keyboard part in this song that it just gets me. Let's take it from the top. It'll be short. That song is called The Total Experience by Boney James. No, we don't want to hear this. Ever. I should get rid of it. white-tailed hawk in a tree to our right. We're getting closer to Ithaca now, and we may, I don't know what we'll see as we approach, if we'll have any viewing opportunities of the ducks. I have no idea. We'll see. not seeing the flock. Or maybe a few ducks closer to us, but not, nothing major in terms of numbers. Okay, here we go. Not as big a flock as I would have hoped to have seen. Let's take a quick look down at some of them. We've got some trees in our way. Sorry, Niels. Okay, 1 second. The view is not good. But what are we seeing? We're seeing redheads and American widgeons. That's a gadwall there at center, right there. Oh, that's a scaup right there. Don't know if it's greater or lesser, but here, Canada goose. I'm going to leave it there for a second. Let me look with binoculars a bit. I do see how'd I get so bright? I do see, looking behind us, not associated with the flock, the big flock, I see also, there they are, common mergansers. That might be, is that red-breasted? I think that might be a red-breasted. I believe it is. I think that's a red-breasted female, associating with the commons. Yeah, look, hold on a second. What was that? Hold on. An eagle just flew by. Okay, now, let me see if I can find a female common. Okay, that's a female common. See her white breast and her white chin. And a little bit, neater coloration, but there, not so much, not so neat, not so well defined. So I think that is that's a red-breasted female. And these are common males. See, again, more clearly defined lines on the female. Oh, there. See, in the foreground we have the female common. In the background, farther back, I should say, we have the red-breasted merganser female. Okay, so back to the main flock, what we can see of it. We'll just look for a few more moments and then we'll move on. Who is that? It's a scaup, but it doesn't have much of a white flank, does it? See those other birds, the male scaups, they have like a white side, more clearly defined than that one individual. Ah, who's that there? That is a ring-necked duck back there. See, hold on. Notice the white at the shoulder, and that's it, no white flank. Whereas the scaups, like that one there at center, has a white flank. Very similar, obviously, overall, but that's, for me, the key difference between the males of those two species. All right, we're going to move on. Here. Come on, Van, let's go. Yeah, the flock extends. I mean, we're still driving by it right now, and I wonder what we might be missing. I have not seen in the last since last weekend, really. I don't believe I've seen any reports of a tufted duck that was being seen in that flock. Doesn't mean it's not there. They are difficult to distinguish from the scaups, and also maybe everyone's who was interested in doing so has said, okay, been there, done that, and they're not reporting it. I don't know. It's getting late. It's just after 4 o'clock. It is 39 degrees according to my thermometer, if you can believe it. The inlet is, like last week, covered with snow and ice. we'll go to the campus. See what's what. Come on. Let's go. We're in a hurry. No, no, no. looks like they're going to be doing some serious work on McGraw Hall. Maybe I hadn't noticed, but there's fencing all around it, and it looks like it's kind of closed off and everything. So, not that we were going in there, not that we've ever together gone in there. That's the building to our right. I believe it's the oldest building on campus, and not just the oldest, but first. You might say, how could it not be the first? Well, the first might have been built and then knocked down, since. But I believe that's the first building and obviously the oldest building. I may be wrong about that, but I don't see anybody. see a robin. Maybe a few of them. Yeah, I think... Yeah, there are a number of robins here. And maybe some starlings, maybe? Yeah, some starlings also. Well, unfortunately, that stirred the robins, but you can see what's drawing them. The berries are drawing them. And we saw starlings there as well. Jogger coming by in a moment, unfortunately. Uh-oh, I think I see... Do I see Carl and Cindy? I do. So I wonder if we have a hawk nearby. I do see a hawk. Let's turn around. I still see that hawk, and I'm looking around. So I see anybody else? No, not at this time. Let's see if we can find a good viewing spot. Clear line of sight to everything except the pole. The pole itself is in the way, and now... Alright, let's try from here. Oh, that's a peregrine falcon. That's not a hawk. Let's take a look anyway. Come on, you can get by. So again, this is a peregrine falcon, everybody, if you didn't know. We're going to move on very shortly. And continue our search. I saw it with the naked eye, and I thought, okay, must be a hawk, but it's not. Well, I think we might just go to Sapsucker. I'm not finding anybody. We did see the peregrine falcon, but we haven't found our hawks. Now, if we go to Sapsucker, it'll be for a short walk, of course, because it's getting late. And I might just stick with the camera, just like last week. I might stick with the camera you're looking through just for convenience sake. Oh, I see somebody. Do I see somebody? I do see somebody. Hello, somebody. Alright, let's find a good viewing location. On Riley Robb Hall. I believe it might be the Queen. Sorry, Bonnie. Okay, give me a second. Sorry, I'm just trying to make adjustments here. You know what? I've got to change my setup here. Hold on. Oh, that's better. So we found Big Red. Good to see her. Good to see her as always. We saw her last week, and we also saw Arthur. They were both on the clock tower, well, on the scaffolding around the clock tower. But anyway, good to see her, certainly. I think we may still try to sneak over to Sapsucker Woods. We have a little bit of time left. We could take a quick walk around to see what's going on there. Okay, we're gonna... Oh, she looks like she might be ready to leave or something. Okay, and very quickly out of view. Oh, I may see her. I see somebody in the air. I'm assuming it's Big Red. I see her stay. You know, let me stop right here. Can't see her now. You know, I'm going to... my thinking is, or my... I shouldn't say my thinking, but I wonder if she was heading to the clock tower, and I don't see her. Well, we're going to continue on the sapsucker, I think. It was good to see her, though, certainly. Or you know what? I wonder. It's getting late. It's almost 5 o'clock. Well, we'll see what happens. We're going to go to Sapsucker. We'll see what happens. I don't think we'll have much time there, but look around won't hurt. And I think we will stick with this camera that you're looking through now. Come on! No, can't listen to that. This we can listen to. Actually, you know what? This we listened to last week. As I recall. Oh my goodness. I'll catch up with the rest of you if you want to walk ahead. that song was Passion. It goes very well indeed, with the flight of a northern harrier. Red-tailed hawk in the air to our left. I'll need a few minutes once we arrive. .6 degrees. Maybe I should have stayed on the campus and continued searching. I don't know, but kind of felt like I'd have too much unfinished business if we didn't come here. Right, so here we are. It's 36 degrees. I'll need a few minutes, like I said, just to reconfigure a couple things, and then we'll take a quick walk. No, I should say we'll take a short walk. No. We'll take a walk that won't take much time. How's that? because I won't necessarily walk very fast. So a quick walk, you know what Anyway, all right, we're here, and like I said, I need a few minutes. 1 second. I guess I could take a tripod out, but I think just as it's getting, I might regret not having a tripod and the other camera, but like I said, we only have so much time, so we didn't really see all that much last week here. So, well, again, that was last week, but, oh, 1 second here. Ding, 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 ding. Yes, yes, yes. Hold on a second. Whatever. Okay. Sometimes things just don't cooperate. Come on, come on. There we go. Oh, that's not what I wanted. You can see it's doesn't look very windy, and it really we've had some wind today, but it hasn't really affected us much. The water on Cayuga Lake was certainly being disturbed by the wind. But, you know, that's often the case. This is taking longer than I expected. Technical reasons. Kind of. Yeah. almost ready. Did I hear a cardinal? Yeah, I think I'm hearing a northern cardinal. I'm seeing a northern cardinal. Okay, be that way. All right, let's move along here. Again, we're not going to have much time just because it's late in the day. Things are getting a little bit dark. I think I heard a robin. Those look like starlings, if I'm not mistaken. But I believe I heard a robin. You know, if you were to walk here right now, you might... It's kind of slippery in spots. It's not, well, maybe not. Last week we didn't see any activity when we were here at the feeders. It was kind of late in the day, and we're not seeing any activity now either. All right, let's keep going. See, the pond is covered, but over there it looks like it's not covered completely, but it probably is, if not frozen, at least slushy. Nobody there. Okay, I'm not gonna really hang around. Snow on the ground is not terribly deep, but as I step on it, you know, it's not perfectly smooth or anything because there are footprints in it, so I have to contend with that a bit. Will we see anything here today? I don't know. I want to see, you know, something of interest, sure. In a way, in a way, I don't. You know, I'd regret my equipment choice if we found, like, you know, an owl and would really benefit from the other camera setup. And you know, here I am with this one, and I'd be like, oh, if only. And as I've mentioned, that's always the the risk I take choosing one setup over another, even minute to minute. You know, even when we're in the car and we have anything, just saw someone fly by. Even when I have access to my stuff, at any given minute, I'm using one, most likely, and often I'll be like, boy, I wish I was using the other camera at that moment. It was a small bird that flew around. Last week we saw a small bird or two. I did look at the video a little bit, and I think I came to the conclusion it was probably a song sparrow. It did have a little bit of a white chin, but it didn't seem bright enough and defined enough, I could be wrong, to have been a white-throated sparrow. But again, I could be wrong. I never did have a very good look at it. Quiet in the woods, but no surprise given the time of year and time of day. And in the spring, for instance, we might be here in this same spot at the same, under the same lighting conditions late in the day, and maybe there wouldn't be anything here, but at least we'd probably be hearing birds at the pond, namely the Canada geese, or maybe possibly red-winged blackbirds or something like that. But with the pond, completely covered, nobody on it that we could see. It's just quiet. It is quiet. Listen how quiet it is. I mean, not much road noise, or, I think last week we were hearing airport noise, but nothing from the airport right now. I've mentioned it before, but sometimes when I'm wearing a winter hat, as I am, and we're walking, I'm wearing a coat and carrying the gear. The gear sometimes makes noise as I walk, and it can be difficult to distinguish between that noise and maybe, am I hearing something else? Is there a bird nearby? Or yeah, let's walk this way a little bit. I'll tell you why it's a good thing we're here today, here at Sapsucker, because I wore boots. Wouldn't want me to wear boots for nothing, would you? There are too many times when I'll wear boots, and then for whatever reason, I get home at the end of the tour day, wore boots for nothing. Easy to do it here from here in quiet. Okay. Just wanted to check on things. I don't know about you, but I've found today's bird watching enjoyable. Montezuma was nice in its way. It's nice to see the eagles like we did. And, we've seen some ducks here and there. And I really liked watching the tundra swan, or one tundra swan, along with a number of trumpeter swans. I think it was a tundra swan. But love seeing the trumpeter swans. Couple people behind us by the sound of things. I see them, and there's another person there on the trail. getting difficult for me to see. It's getting dark. I guess at this point I'm hoping for maybe a lucky sighting of an owl or something like that. That would be great, but you never know. I think finding one would be very, very, very lucky, and seeing it. Now, if there's a vocalization involved, that's a different story. That would be very helpful. I'm reminded, I told you earlier today of how I was shoveling the other night, snow shoveling, and I thought I was hearing, well, maybe even two, but I thought I was hearing a great horned owl, and I'm reminded of, I don't think it was last year, well, maybe it wasn't this past fall. It was the fall before. We were here at Sapsucker, and we were out on the Sherwood platform, and it was late, and I had just closed up for the night, and started walking back off the platform. And I heard a great horned owl, and it was like just the perfect, the perfect vocalization. And I was very upset that I had not, recorded it or streamed it for all of you to hear. There was no chance of me finding the owl. It was dark by then. It's just, amazing for me anyway. Just the enjoyment I've had since I, really took up bird watching. It's not for everybody, of course. I just want to look at something. Okay, never mind. I think I could say, I would say that if, when I first became a bird watcher, sure, I was just doing still photos and doing things on my own. And then when the tour began, things kind of changed, obviously. Now it's mostly, almost exclusively video, and I conduct my bird watching efforts differently as a result. I think, for instance, I just spoke a few moments ago about being here and seeing and hearing that great horned owl, and why were we here that late in the first place? And that was really because of the the Canada geese coming in. And I used to I did do that even before the tour a little bit, but I don't think I would do it, would continue doing it to the extent that I do it these days. So that's, what I'm saying is that's because of the tour. If there were no snow on the ground right now, it would be, I think things would look very dark for you. I mean, there's still light in the sky, but here at ground level, it's getting pretty dark. I wouldn't want to read anything here. I wouldn't want to open up a book and read it, but because of the snow on the ground, it's easy to find my way, no question. Now, I know the pond is frozen over and covered with snow, but we'll take a quick look. When we were at Montezuma today, and we were on those bridges, at one point I was like, oh no, and I thought at first we were seeing an eagle, but at first it looked almost like it was a great blue heron flying around, but it proved to be an eagle. Oh, what did I hear? I think I may have heard just now might have been a song sparrow. Chip note. I'm hearing something. Somebody's chirping a bit. I think it sounds like a song sparrow to me. Sorry about all this. I mean, maybe it would have been better to stay on the campus. Maybe we would have found Arthur, but it didn't look like we were finding. We did find Big Red, of course, but like I said, I just felt like coming here too. I think that's a song sparrow. Anyway, I can only speak for myself, but like I said, I think today's been an enjoyable day. I even liked, the fact that we saw the 3 different species that we might see of merganser. First the hooded, then the commons, then the red-breasted, and then eventually common with 1 red-breasted tagging along. And I was very glad to see that one. Well, I wish her the best. I wouldn't want her to be away from the rest of her kind. But for our purposes, it was nice to be able to see the one red-breasted female near common female, just to see the differences. But that being said, I still want her to find her way back to her kind, so hopefully she can have young of her own. Become a productive member of Red-Breasted Merganser Society. This has been definitely a quiet walk here at Sapsucker. I'm still glad we're here, though. It's nice to be here, to look around, see what everything looks like. It's obviously getting very dark. But we're almost at the end of our walk. And I'm not going to walk back to the pond today. It doesn't make sense. Just stop at my car. But it's not a bad thing sometimes to look around the pond, in winter, because there sometimes are non-bird critters that are maybe worth seeing. I don't see any now. I wonder, in the past, over the years, they've seen, either they've seen coyotes or they've seen evidence of them, foxes, other things. I wonder how things have been affected by the lack of those bubblers in the water. Think about it. Now, usually, the ducks, mostly mallards and American black ducks, over the course of a winter, they might be around during the day and then they leave. I don't know where they go, but they leave. But the Canada geese that might be around might stay, I think, or at least be around a little while longer. And you wonder, were those drawing, just the interest, or at least had them looking around the coyotes or the foxes or whatever. Just wondering. Or maybe even just for them to get a drink themselves. I still think they should manage to get those bubblers operating again if they can. I know those kinds of things cost money to operate, to maintain. I understand that. But like I said last week, you know, if there are children inside the lab looking out, and often you see that, you know, they're there and they're you know, they're with their parents and you know, they're looking at the feeding garden, and the feeding garden's fine, don't get me wrong, but you know the nature of the feeding garden, birds come and go generally quickly. But the ducks might stay and swim around, and the Canada geese might stay and swim around, and all of a sudden you've got a child watching these things and maybe enjoying it, maybe becoming eventually interested in birds, or at least leaving with that much more favorable an impression of this this strange building that their parents brought them to. And even, you know, if they enjoy it, maybe their parents see that they enjoyed it and they bring them back again. To me, I see that as, you know, the potential reward of the investment in those bubblers. But that's just me. At least they got the parking lot paved and there are no muddy areas any longer. Well, it's been, as always, a pleasure and a privilege to do this, and I'm very thankful you all joined me. But it's time for me to pack up and head home. We'll say goodnight to you all. I hope you all have a very good week, and we will see you all next time, everybody. Take care.